I forgot where my controller was for a second because I had it plugged in. Let me go check something really quick. See where my cats ran off to before I start. Alright. Now that my cats have all their things that they need, I think, maybe. Besides them probably wanting more treats. They shouldn't bug me too much. Let's see here. Alright, so Life in the Sands is the only one that I still had left. Pretty sure.
This village owes you everything. Hang in there.
I like how the guy's like, this village shows you everything. Yes. Yes, it does. It shows you everything about humanity that you'll come to hate. No, I don't have time for you, Shades. I gotta get to a boat. No. Oops. Of course the incline's like, we're not letting you dash Lund anymore. Oh well, whatever.
Oh there. Getting on?
Wait, why is the... Northern Plains. Why is the tree marked? Hold on. I gotta go check out where the heck this... I'm checking out where the X is at, because I'm pretty sure that I don't have any quests up here. Nope. Shade, you're just gonna get murdered. Yes. So. Okay. That was just a really weird placement of the frickin' Lost Shrine entrance. Is really what that was. Okay. Okay, you little tarred shades. Pass you.
Oh there.
Oop. Nier, you can't swim. Don't fall off the bridge. No! Don't get up. Oh, he just flat out died. Oh, fuck you. Flying with, flying magicians. Oh, that's not the item I wanted. But I guess it's the item that I deserved. Oh, just like aiming towards absolutely nothing. God damn it! And then I fell off the ladder. That's okay. It's because this freaking magician came back up here too. What I hate is when he like freaking that happens. And there are times when you're like you go up the ladder and the magician like quite literally like knocks you off. Oh, well. There goes that. Oh, no, it's just the magician again. Such a dick. No! That's exactly what I was talking about. Shit, he just hit me and I fell down. Fucker. Alright, I don't have time for them. He can't bother me anymore. I went inside. He's not allowed. What the hell? I don't have a... Meow meows, what are you doing? Hold on. Let me move their donut to the hallway. Better, Demedia? Okay. Right. I need... so much changing skills in battle for later. Oh, he just like fucking screwed off. There we go. Oh, I want sound. There. That should be fine. Where the fuck did you come from, you nincompoop? Yeah, did he? Did he wants to hold my hand, I guess. Yeah? Okay, hold on. Good luck battle, tummy rubs. Yes. Okay. You can. Now maybe you're appeased. I literally locked my companions out of this room. Oh no, there they go. Yeah, fuck it. They can stay in there. Oop! Just got my face smacked. I think I already have like a Lozo or whatever, which is a 20% armor break, so I don't need to use that word right now. Oof. Smack in the face. Must. Oh, it's only 10%. Maybe. I guess we can see. So 20, 10, 20 should be all I need for that. Yep. Okay. Oh god, he's just like, get the fuck out of this room, and then kick me in the face. Uh, Jesus. Nier, what are you doing? Just like walking for no reason? Jeez, crazy dude. Oops, that is not the right way. They really want to keep giving me strength capsules. I don't think they understand how dangerous that is. Alright, I gotta save here. Ah, the point of no return. I don't know what Emil and Kaine were fighting somewhere. It was something.
Such an ominous sight. And yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Yeah. This is where Vice and I first met. We first fought together.
Wow! This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself.
Where are you going, Emil? Come back here.
And now the path is open.
Yes, okay. Give Diddy some chin scritches. There we go. Down we go.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask. Why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this? I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I have heard this somewhere before.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? I ask, why did humans disappear from the world? You must answer.
I answer because of a black disease.
I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
I answer by separating body from soul.
I ask, what is the destination of souls?
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells.
Very well. You are acknowledged as master. You may enter.
Well then, it seems the way is open. It's the twins from your village.
Popola, Devila, what are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not. How sad. We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
Devila, what's happening?
Sorry. This fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
We never thought we'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Vice. You are a traitor.
What now? They copied my powers.
Ah, shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Vice, are you all right?
Devila, Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with this shade? Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
The Shadow Lord? So you've been on his side this whole time?
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Devila and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Vice?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Hell,
Weiss?
do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Weiss. I am perfectly...
I think I hear a waltz.
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all safe.
I think we're locked in.
It's not like I was planning to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
Ah! Oh, jeez. flashy hat. That's fun. Frickin' flying magicians.
Damn it! They won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good
Fight!
Hmm? Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
Protect Kaine for us.
You stupid frickin'.
Door. Come on.
Kaine! Hurry!
It's not open yet? Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
No, you idiots. What are you doing?
Lock doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool.
God damn it! I don't want to have to like change my freaking loadout just for one flying magician. Hate them though.
Goddamn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh! Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Huh?
Are they laughing?
These things... freaking me out! Kaine! What's wrong?
We need to help Kaine. We need to help Kaine.
You okay?
Yeah. Well, we got problems.
This shithead. Oh god.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
How did it knock me down? Frickin' goose.
How should I know?
Kaine, are you all right?
I'm fine. Let's just kill some shit and move on, alright? Damn it!
Shit. Oh dear.
like, barely smacked me.
Can we even hurt this thing?
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
We can't stop now. Damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on. We have to keep going.
Let's go. This way. Move.
Ah, wonderful. Just what I've always needed.
Up here.
No, Mother Goose, go away.
We deal with it.
I'm busy doing dragoon things. Oh, that's not the door I need to go to.
Please,
Shit.
hurry.
Oh god, no. Shit. I forget which which one the door was. I'm pretty sure the door was just up the top. Oh man.
Up
Make sure
here.
Okay. Come on.
How can we deal with this thing?
Please, hurry.
Oh my gosh, Emil, I'm going as fast as I can. Okay, we're good.
Damn it, I can't get it open.
Attack incoming!
The entrance is locked too.
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
Mother Goose is like, fuck your quest!
とちいるとて
バセより一旦おきとだあらペルアと試練地無責よいらこふ
はははかついて
What are you doing here?
タルリテしたとカイザム特機能だろ
You are correct.
いやアラコテ三世隊
割とてトラス感化しキーで
But
あらペルアと
どんな時で切りもいたり
アッピアとさちちささととレルタカイザムチと
That's it! Get up!
えタッカー奇跡をあ
Hey! Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
ギ後でアリクラーサアコ
No! Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own!
さあゆっくくおたおきアルタビエト来るとこっちいるかてケータルイトエチケロアルテリアだせ
ギルジ
各石技師
真鍮カレルタカイザムテラス
なんだあらたてウラーヌペルアとチ
ウラーヌカリバルトットチ Open the damn door!
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend. Devila! Popola!
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1,300 years ago. Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt. Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
Weiss! My mind.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister? All of us, every person standing in this room, are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
No, they still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time. Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans. You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry. You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
No. I'm nothing like you.
Devila? Devila? Popola, are you crying? No! Don't die! You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls. Devila, I can't stop the bleeding. Oh God, I can't stop it. This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness. Our souls are missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird. Sorry, sis. I love you. Devila! Devila! Don't you go! No, I can't be alone! Devila!
Popola. Let's stop this now.
Stop? Stop? Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop? Popola, wait! It doesn't have to... No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
were like parents to me.
Those two have watched the world wither from time immemorial. Coolness in such a place is difficult to measure.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight her.
Stop bitching and start fighting. It's the only way.
No stopping ever!
The bridge!
Blast! We're trapped!
I've got an idea!
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right. You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes. And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank you for everything.
Emil.
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something. No! Now get going, okay?
Emil.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Emil! You jackass, get back here! Emil!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn. I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Fiona! This ends here!
Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
How could a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord?
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you.
No! Impossible!
Don't relax yet. It's not over. Strike it when it has stopped.
Be careful!
I know!
Vice, you alright?
Naturally, I am as fit as a fit.
Wait. Brother?
Fiona. Huh?
Please, just stop. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body.
She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
Mm. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to... I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that... I love you.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
Kaine, watch over Yona for me. You want me to understand your sadness? You think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on! Let's finish this! Vice, what's wrong?
Fine. All is
You're freaking me out here, Vice.
What are you doing? Come so... just do it. Strike the killing blow. No bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. All right, no, I'm not.
Vice,
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But
Let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name. Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live. Shadowfoot. You. Is Iona all right? Oh, God, no.
the girl is fine.
Vice? Where are you? Are you okay?
I am as well as can be, considering I have lost my physical form. Doubtless my voice will be the next to go, so listen closely. Your sister is safe. Do not mourn her, and do not give up hope. Instead, you must call her back to you.
How?
Use your memories. Recall the times you spent with her. Present her with proof that the two of you live still, and that your lives have meaning.
I don't know.
Typical. But take heart. I know you can do it.
What's my favorite food? Cookies. What's my favorite book? That's my magic storybook. What's my favorite place? Home with you. What's my favorite flower? The lunar tear, of course. Okay, one more question. Who do I love more than anyone? Is that you?
Yona.
Is this my body?
Yes, Yona. It's yours and yours alone.
You look bigger than before. Like you've grown up.
Well, yeah. I guess you haven't seen me for a while.
Have I been asleep this whole time?
Something like that.
It's almost like I'm a princess from some fairy tale.
Oh, Yona. I'm so happy to have you back.
Me too.
Kaine.
You and your sister, you have a good life, Kay?
Where are you gonna go?
Guess I'll...
You could stay with us, you know.
Thanks, but I'll pass. You know how it is. I got my own shit to take care of.
What do you mean?
Personal shit, alright? Anyway, take it easy, yeah?
Kaine.
Hey, look. It's beautiful. For the longest time, I heard someone telling me how they wanted to see the light. And now, they can finally see it. Thank you. I love it. It's so sunny today.
Yeah.
I had to run off to the restroom for a second. Hello, kitten. I'm trying to not sneeze so much.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
The sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from the huts of the villagers, huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly toward the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with the pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. If the beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I... The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on. Come on. The child felt a slight breeze and watched the weather vane slowly creak to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly towards the east. East? Really? Before the vane could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, and the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine. The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not only the eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated, and if possible, destroyed. I didn't say that you could leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt. Oh look, the little freak's gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from the world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods,
they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off. Kaede couldn't meet Demo's lingering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upward. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Demo grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Not even taking his attention from Kaede, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys, let's give the freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaede. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaede curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaede ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanted the children. Freak, freak, freak. Kaede closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind around the sound of the rain, letting it become her entire world. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned into terrified cries did she dare to open a single blood-caked eye. Kaede was shocked to see Demo sprawling on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaede. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaede again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched and gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Ow, he screamed, leaping to his feet. Stop it. What are you doing? Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaede, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here. Either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Ha! Look at that fat boy go. I guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention towards Kaede. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting the blood from her forehead. Oh, Kaede, she said, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. The words of her grandmother stung. Kaede, words of her grandmother stung. And she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaide's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaede found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaede? You know because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaede was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaede called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. but with each year had passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. "Do I make you sick, Grandma?" "Of course not. Don't be an ass." Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. "But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't—" "Hush," interrupted Grandma. "I will not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you. If folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell." With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers on Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. "Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me?" Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without ever seeing one, and yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. "Where did you find these?" "Just stumbled on them while I was out doing shopping." The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it fell between her fingers. "I'm trying to not sneeze while I'm reading. Oh my gosh." "Didn't quite turn out right," said her grandmother as she squinted at it. "These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you." Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty?" "Of course you are. What a fool thing to say." "Thank you, Grandma." Her grandmother smiled. "We're going to be fine, you and me," she said. "Long as we got each other, we'll be just fine." Kaine took her grandmother's hands in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. "I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's just us against the world." Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taking away on the breeze. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman going about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with a wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. "Stupid piece of shit axe." Kaine's grandmother flailed away the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. "Grandma," called Kaine. "That you, Kaine?" yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. "Don't get too close or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake." She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. When she had scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Grandma, do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something." The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in the air. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. "Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards." Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the more difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence in a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a thick crack, or a tiny crack in the wood. When she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it. Crap. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes. Spinning on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look over at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, little girl. You better practice if you... Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma. The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine studied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that. Just stop, she cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than her words ever would. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than later... Oops. 1 second. Try to... Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm gonna sneeze. Alright. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick, and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The old woman shook her head and tried to raise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, goddammit, but I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across the dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still in there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Demo and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling everyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey, lady, said Kaine with bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheeks shook in a bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me, they seemed to say, but Kaine saw in her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He had clearly been sent there on some kind of family errand because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. "Oh my god," he sputtered. What are you doing here, freak?" The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. "Ha," barked Demo. "That old bitch finally keel over?" "Go to hell, Demo." The boy's eyes grew so wide that they seemed ready to fall out of his head, but before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told them to knock it off before he kicked them both out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared the medicine. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic but not altogether pleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place that she could call home. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. "You like that picture?" Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine with his hands. His eyes were gentle but sad. They seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. "That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead a long time now." Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. "Pictures are wonderful things," continued the shopkeeper. "They let the ones closest to you live on forever." He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into the sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. "You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw." Kaine took an indecisive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. "Yes, I heard the rumors about you," he said. "It's a small village, and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Kelly, and I think the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable." "Grandma's name is Kelly?" thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling over this new fact in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. "Your grandma is an old friend of mine," he said, as Kaine scooted away yet again, "and I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much." Kaine murmured in a quiet agreement, but her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding in places, leading Kaine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hands clasping around her arm. "Back already, are you?" asked her grandmother with a yawn. "Come here, let me have a look at you." Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. "Well, how is it? Those bastards give you any trouble?" "It was kind of fun," said Kaine with a small smile. "No, seriously it was." "Fun, eh?" asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. "Uh-huh, so anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know." As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. "A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone." "But Grandma, it'll make you live forever." "Horse shit," said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. "Livin' forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help me with dinner." But Kaine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. "It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all." I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, make drawing easy or something. The woman's old eyes narrowed as at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It also could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. "Oh, Kaine," she said between laughter, "you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it. But, hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always." True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. "Posh," said the old woman, "I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud." She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. "Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before, and it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness." It was a moment that burned itself in Kaine's memory, a perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together in a form of a lifelong remembrance. She swore never to forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of a life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She had been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned her courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist in disgust. "Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug." The old woman threw more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. "It's no bug, you fool. It's a berry." "Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs?" "Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug," said Kaine, "and I think it's burnt or something because it smells terrible." With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. "Oh yeah, that's terrible, all right." "Why, you little brat," laughed the old woman. "Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact." 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother had saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward and all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burnt berry rolling through her belly. "Where are you going today?" asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. "Well, I was gonna check out the kelma trees and see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow." "Flagstones? What in the hell for?" Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in its final round. "Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house, and I'm going to build a stone wall so we can have some protection." The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. "Goddamn girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this old place, let 'em come. We ain't got nothing worth stealing anyway." "I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday." The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. "Well, shoot. I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about some other. Grandma, no. If I don't go to the kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that." A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. "Yes," she said after a bit. "Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately it seems my mind is She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day that she first received it. "You're going to be a true woman soon," Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. "So that means less chatter about shades and more built-in defensive walls and more talk about how beautiful you've become." Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. "You're a beautiful thing," said the old woman, "and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you." "Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn complaints for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did you get that from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass at me, girl," yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. "Grandma," yelled Kaine with a quaking voice. "Grandma, stop it. What the hell?" The old woman stared at her and blinked, then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. "Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just..." Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. "Listen," she began, "maybe I should stay home after all." "No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on this old codger like me. You go get your fruit and your wall and whatnot. I'll be fine. And when you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you." Kaine rolled her eyes, then kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching as she moved down the path. "Don't turn around, don't turn around," she told herself, but in the end, the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. God, she looked so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly in the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending the few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that had hovered just ahead, tracing its path with a finger. Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. No, oh gods, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking it up as if trying to touch the sky itself. "Grandma, Grandma." Kaine ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she had tripped on a stone and went sprawling into a rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. "It's too dark. It's too dark. Not just fire. Can't be fire. There's too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her." She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through a means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in random chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment the creature retreated into a shimmering inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotting meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. "All right, you bastard," she thought, as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. "It's you or me. Let's go." The shade eyed Kaine with a bemused interest, then it began looking from her to the house, and then back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced towards the house. Through the smoke and flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. "Grandma." At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive," thought Kaine. "Alive." Kaine's legs sprang to life as she braced across the yard towards the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opens its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. Get up. Get up. Get up, get up, get up, get up now. As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stomped towards the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might have well been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to the earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. Grandma, hold on. Just a little longer. Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. Bastard, laughing at us. She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt that a shade was taking joy in their suffering. Yeah, I see your plan. The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. I'm gonna kill this bastard. Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backwards, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble towards the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. Give her back, she screamed. Give her back to me. It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade panted laughter again, then raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air towards the young girl that had latched to its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay there on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. Kaine. Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her through the smoke. Grandma? Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one. Kaine grabbed her hands and held on with all her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped the ground below. Grandma, no. No! I said run, goddammit. You have to. Have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the chaise clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from the gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not be possibly real. Then the creature finally lifted its appendage. All that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of her fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after the other, faster and faster, until they became meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that had echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backwards, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a mad woman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell, as if a great weight were resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? Think it is. Think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke, and flames, all of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it, 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 kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine suddenly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between her heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer.
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
What anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today.
My sword is lighter. It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike it down.
Gently, weakly, softly. The shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned around and stomped off towards the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a rag stump of an arm resting only a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha, cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? Well, you had it comin'. Go to hell, Demo, she thought, as the unseen assailant thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck your eyes and feed them to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you, the way that you can live, that way you can live forever. No, stop. Don't want to live forever. Want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle before she could say anything. Dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. No, stop. Don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely in the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture into the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, and then broke into a jolly dance. See that, he said as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha. I look like that? Oh God. Oh God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish, like a prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me, save me. Kya ha ha ha. Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. I don't make wishes, they don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak, and I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Vah ha ha ha, oh God, you are the best. Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet and began moving up towards the rest of her body. Is this death? Is that what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upwards, feel the hot searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice. Let it go. Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not just let me have it? Have what? Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused as if licking its lips. Then when it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Kya ha ha. Yeah, maybe. What of it? The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whimpering moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body, and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. The black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be growing back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her voice. Stop! The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. What the hell, sunshine? Screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, can't die yet. A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. When she opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Kaine glanced down and saw the mysterious pattern, the pattern of the shades, burn itself into her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, sunshine. I think you and I are going to be good friends now. Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta. Stop. Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate's my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood. Then go out there and... Shut up. Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body. Oh, that's rich, sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Connie grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as if the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Ka, you stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed, whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me, we got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how the folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait until they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is it how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing might be a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You got enemies, people you want to kill? I can make that happen. That fat little kid who kept picking on you, that big old shade that you squashed your granny, we'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade? Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a goddamn about who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it, you and me? We can have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll kill the killing. Kya ha ha, screamed the voice. Look at you go. Oh, sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyran, and if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna go find that shade, and I'm gonna go strangle it with its own guts. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyran. Count on it. Ha, laughed Tyran. I've shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body, but if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm just gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. It feels perfectly normal, she thought, and it feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside of her had already won. I'm not a shade. I'm Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As the night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the area rose from their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears would somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world.
Stay alive. Stay alive.
Grandma.
Kaine, you gotta live. You gotta come back to us.
Oh, hey. You were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow. You grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all. Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it.
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later. Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
I'll explain everything that was going on with, like, Kaine's story after these are done.
I didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself.
After you finish the first Route A's ending, the context of this fight and what he says, like, completely different feeling for it. Because you go into it being like, okay, he feels guilty about, like, what has all happened and everything. But knowing what you know, it takes a completely different light. Because you don't know if he's talking about himself.
To Kaine and Emil.
You don't know if he's talking about himself in the current context of his present incarnate, or if he's looking back at it as a third person narrator as the Shadow Lord, who's actually talking behind, like, between the scenes. And this becomes more apparent as you start playing through the routes. Because, like, for instance, they've said, like, Popola and Devola talked about how they have done this so many different times, and even in the end, technically, that we go to face them and destroy them, there's multiple copies of them, and those copies continue the project no matter what until the project can't be continued anymore with like the loss of the key that they are required to have for the replicant and Gestalt um, project itself, because they can continue making as many android shells as they want so long as they can continue sticking Shade's human souls inside of them. By doing so, they wipe their memories out and they just continue going through their lives. We see that with the villagers and the people in Seafront and stuff, but there are anomalies where sometimes people continue to exist, like the Shades continue to exist, and they don't go back to their like shells or are compatible with their shells anymore. You see that in the amalgams, such as Hook, which is the big lizard that attacked Kaine's grandmother. You see it with the Little Mermaid, which is the girl on the ship. You see it with the Lost Cerberus, which is the wolf, and a couple of the other ones. Mother Goose, which is the big pig that you fight at um, the end of the game, um, are shades, aka humans, and sometimes kind of like animals that end up like surviving, and they're just not compatible with like a shell anymore. The more that you play the game, the more you come to realize it. So like Nier has a problem where every incarnate of himself starts remembering each previous iteration of himself. And by doing so, he will continuously end up as the Shadow Lord, or even if he kills himself, the current version of himself will become the Shadow Lord. So the version that we just got done killing in Route A, even if that Shadow Lord and that Yona Shade are gone, the Nier in that ending is now the new Shadow Lord, because Popola and Devola basically just like start the process over again in another, I don't want to say timeline, but they've been doing this like however many iterations. I think in part of the history appendices for this, it's like this is his 30-something time of being recycled over across, I think they said 15 or 1800 years. Same with Kaine. I think the only one that technically hasn't been remade constantly is Emil, because for the most part, up until he recently met Nier, he didn't know them. Like, they weren't friends or anything up until this incarnate, like, joined up with him. Same thing kind of with Kaine, where she does and does not always meet Nier. But basically, from the point on which we would say is the start of this game, Route A, when Nier meets her and they become friends and kind of tied together through fate, Popola and Devola realize that basically, like, Nier can't survive without Kaine, and Kaine basically can't survive without Nier, because Nier isn't a fighter, but he'll fight for something if he has to, and that driving force is Kaine. And Kaine can do all the fighting that she can, but if she doesn't have a reason to, or a purpose to live, she just won't survive. So eventually they just come to realize that they have to keep the two of them together. That continues on into Automata, where you basically have 2B and 9S, or like 2B aka A2 and 9S, where like they have to make them a pair, or else it just doesn't work. But this is also one of the reasons why when they send 2B after 9S for like the multiple endings that you know of, basically like what happens between the two of them, of why they designate her constantly to watch over him, kill him, do whatever. And that falls back to this story. As far as Tyran and Kaine, so originally in this story, this is a light novel story called Witch's Sabbath. Witch's Sabbath is originally a little bit different than the story presented at the start of Route B, because in that story there is a priest that visits the Eyrie. And so the story is very similar, where Kaine goes into town, and she's always mocked by the kids there and the other villages, not because she currently had a half-shade body, because at that point she didn't. She just looked like a normal human girl, albeit the fact that she was intersex, so she had a dick. This is why they called her a freak and decided to try to like drive her out of town or try to kill her. Because she wasn't normal, they wanted to kill her. And because she quote-unquote didn't have parents, nobody could really defend her. So that's where supposedly, Callie, which as far as I remember her name was Khalil, um, her grandmother, kind of shows up to like take care of her. Well, in their original life, back where the game first starts in a city where it quote unquote is snowing, um, Khalil was Kaine's quote unquote grandmother in her original life. Kaine was not intersex, she was just a regular girl. But Kaine was a clone of Khalil in what's called like a legion, which is why when it talks about Kaine's eyes glowing red when she's angry, like that is a power all unto herself. That is her half legion self still awakening, and that's still part of her existence. Because when she and others were transferred into the server database, like the actual the program of the gestalts and replicants, when her soul data was transferred over there, and no matter what body she was put into, that information is there. The thing is that when her story starts getting tied with Tyran is the point where her body gets messed up. So her original grandmother, Khalil, wasn't really her grandmother. It was her biological donor that she was cloned off of, and that she's half Legion. Legions aren't the same as Shades because Legions came, like, they're a different manifestation from the goddess that showed up um, during the White Chlorination Syndrome disaster. But the whole thing with Khalil is that she was one of the reasons that the people in the area respected her is because she was one of like the greatest soldiers at the time in our modern timeline that took on Legion and survived. Um, and so eventually when she ended up getting out of the military, she signed up for this project to basically have her genetics cataloged and then to do this experiment by splicing her DNA with a legion, and that product was Kaine. She ended up, quote-unquote, adopting this girl and taking her home. The problem was that she was supposed to be married to a guy, like just some random old dude, this is one of those, like, World War II stories was like, oh, the man goes off to war and promises his love that he'll come back and marry her and stuff, and then he comes back if he survives and they get married and blah, blah, blah. Well, in this aspect, it was flipped, where it was the woman that went off to war, and Khalil survived. And this gets into a thing where it's kind of like luck was involved, supposedly, but it's not necessarily luck. It's supposed to be love that basically kept her surviving. And it was one of those weird things where, like, there were certain soldiers that weren't taken over and, like, I don't want to say controlled by the Legion. Basically, the Legion ask you to, like, one question. Either they ask you to join them, or not. And if you joined them, you became a Legion. If you did not join them, you basically just turned to salt. And Khalil kept fighting, and she just never turned to salt. And the whole purpose is not necessarily because it was luck-based, but her drive to return home and get married to, like, the love of her life kept her going. So when she arrived back home to marry, this man, he obviously wasn't very happy that she, I guess, like, brought home a kid that she wasn't supposed to have. And I guess the guy was pretty bitter about it. And I guess he resented Kaine or whatever, because later, when the rest of the disaster ends up happening, he is, I guess, what turns into the lizard, the big giant lizard amalgam shade called Hook. Now, Tyran ties into this story because he was also in the military, not at the same exact time as Khalil, but when she had started retiring and becoming part of these projects. Well, Tyran was one of the head people of the Hamlin organization. Hamlin is the organization that made a bunch of experiments to try to destroy Legion. They made the Grimoire Project, which is where Vice, Noir, and RepliCant, or Rubicon, or whatever it comes from. They're similar to the whole RepliCant project in the fact that they took humans and they stuck them into an artificial body. And the people who, I guess, could manipulate muscle or whatever survived. That light story is The Red and the Black, where basically, like, they stuck people who I guess were like applicable to using Maso and not dying, they stuck them in a room and basically had a free-for-all death competition. And the ones that survived became these grimoires. So there's only a couple of them, and this is why Vice, Noir, and RepliCant know each other, up until Vice loses his memories. Now, Tyran was also part of like the project that was the Ultimate Weapon project, so he had a hand in Emil's creation and his sister's creation, because basically what Hamlin did was they took the Red Dragon's body, when it was its dead body, they carted it off and they tried to like figure out a way to use it as a weapon against the Legion, so that this way they had different ways to try to like fight the Legion, um, in case other ways fell. So like basically they had the project with Kaine, they had the Ultimate Weapon project with like Emil and his sister and some other kids, and then they also had the project with the Grimoires. Basically because if they kept sending humans out in battle, they weren't going to all end up, like lucky like Khalil was, where like, love would just save them from turning into frickin' salt. Basically, if they kept throwing people out there at the Legion, humanity's just gonna lose. So they try to figure out a way to stick humans into battle or find something else to fight the battle, without making human life like the cost. And so if they could sacrifice a few, or even in the case of like Kaine, where it's just a half human hybrid with a Legion to basically have fire fight fire, or have something as powerful as kids who were cloned off of a red dragon, which is why Emil has inherited the red dragon's power, which his sister originally had, which is why like they ended up surviving up to a certain point. Well, Tyran was one of the people who was in charge of all of those projects at Hamlin. Later, after Nier Replicant, you come to find out that the Hamlin organization rebrands to Yorha, but it's the same exact organization. They still reuse the same people's souls when they make the some of the other androids. The the gestalts that like end up surviving from this game, they just, as long as they don't, off themselves, which is a big part of what Nier Automata is sort of about, is finding purpose when you don't like have like a genetic purpose to exist anymore. But a lot of them do end up surviving up until like the aliens show up. But anyway, so Tyran basically like his story just comes into play where he pretty much like he wanted to marry Khalil, but like by the time that she got out of the military and like retired and started into these special projects, like she was an old lady, and Tyran was like younger, like in his 20s or whatever else. So he had opted to marry Kaine's quote-unquote granddaughter, which is where they get tied in. Well, eventually their original bodies do die, but Tyran goes and alters the information of Kaine in the replicant database. From that point on, his genetic information and Kaine's genetic information are basically jumbled together, which is why when Kaine is remade with a different shell, she ends up with a Wang, because half of her DNA isn't just a Legion and her own, or like a Legion and her grandmother's, it's her, her original data and Tyran's data. And this is why they're compatible. Now, as far as why Tyran was hanging around Hook this entire time, in every iteration where Kaine and Khalil, like her grandmother, quote unquote, are living in the area, Hook keeps showing up time and time again to try to kill them. Because in some way, the old man basically feels that Khalil had betrayed them when she went off to war and came back with some other person's kid. And I don't really know if he entirely knew the truth. It never really gets into that part for like the story. But eventually over time he just cannibalizes more and more shades, and eventually has this rage that, he goes off to kill Khalil. Khalil is his target the entire time of why he shows up at the area. And then eventually, like, when he sees Kaine, he just keeps coming after Kaine because it reminds him of that past. The reason Tyran is there is sort of the joke that he's like chasing the guy around trying to ask permission to marry his granddaughter kind of thing, but like Tyran doesn't remember everything in his past life. So up to a certain point, he just doesn't know why he's hanging around this amalgam, but the amalgam's not eating him. Whereas all of the other amalgams that you meet in the game, they'll eat whatever shades they can to like get bigger. And this is why Tyran ends up being compatible with Kaine, not because he just randomly decided to like take it upon whimsy to like bond to her body and save her. He feels something of why he should save her, but he can't put his finger on it. So he just acts on impulse and does that. Now, in one of the later routes, this is explained, where he talks about how like he had a feeling and he just didn't know why he should save her or why he should do what he does. And this is why. Because originally, Tyran was Kaine's fiance. And that little story kind of like explains it. Now, in Witch's Sabbath, the end of it is a little bit different. Where basically like Kaine goes to buy medicine at the apothecary for her grandmother. And a priest shows up and basically like tells the apothecary to give her the medicine or whatever, because like as long as Kaine has money, the apothecary should just sell it. Like there shouldn't be any reason. The priest doesn't know about Kaine at that time because he's a traveler. So he has no idea what's wrong with her or why the villagers treat her like crap. So he tries to like somewhat convince his apothecary to give her the medicine. So she goes to leave. The priest ends up following her home, trying to see like what's going on or whatever else. And at the time, Hook ends up showing up. So that fight still happens. Hook shows up, beats up Kaine's grandmother, and almost kills Kaine. But like right before this had ended up happening, Kaine was like whacking off, I guess, in the like little stone shack, and the priest found out what she was, where she basically had a wang. And he was so disgusted by this that like the book goes into great detail of like this priest having a psychotic breakdown, because originally he was just like, oh, there's nothing wrong with this girl, you know, she can't have been anything bad, like God would, you know, God doesn't take offense to like anybody, and you know, there's no sin that she could have committed that was so grave. But the moment that he sees her whacking off, he just loses his fucking shit. So he's there at the time that Hook attacks. And so I don't remember if he dies before Khalil does, but basically he gets squished in the end. And the joke here is that the flying magicians that are flying around towards the end of the game when they start showing up, like that is the priest. It's supposed to be the soul of the priest, like flying around. Because a lot of the time, like they have this uncanny way of just attacking Kaine. Like they hyper fixate on her for like that weird reason. But they did omit those parts because like the graphic nature of that entire like light novel would not have made it into the game. So they kind of cut it down into pieces. They took the priest out and they basically like left the hint up in the air of like why the villagers in the area were mistreating Kaine. And it wasn't because she was part shade at the time. It was because she had a dick. So, and then this also gets into why the amalgam, the shade from the Aerie, the big giant eye, the reason it takes the shape of a big giant eye is because of what Kaine was saying, that all of the villagers were sitting there watching her in like disgust in the way that they, you know, treated her. So what the amalgams kind of take the shape up of is a direct correlation to like the atrocities that they commit, or like the nature of their greed, you know, stuff like that. And so, um, even like for instance with Hook, like just looking like a slimy lizard, you know, stuff like that, it makes sense. Also, what's funny is, on a lighter note, is that I guess Tyran is supposed to be the son directly from the elf that I guess like so there's an elf in Drakengard. And he's a complete womanizer, um, loves killing things, and is a rapist and some other bad things. He hangs out with Brother One in the manga. Well, anyways, he apparently in Drakengard he ends up in like the real world Tokyo, ends up having a kid or some shit, and that kid is Tyran, which is why Tyran's really off in the head and like inherited some of the disposition of his dad. And that's kind of like a little known, like that's like I think it's a little known thing that I think only comes from the manga if you read it. And they kind of try not to go into it too much because of some of the content that is around it. But yeah, so Tyran's a little messed up. But in the end, even the way that he is, he can still do, I guess, heroic things that are kind of selfless. But yeah, other than that, I think after we get to the mailbox, I will probably call it a night. So that way we can do Route B, I guess, on Saturday. I don't think it'll take a whole lot of time for me to like get caught up to another ending, because like we started the level that we currently were at with all of our weapons and stuff. So stuff should die pretty quickly in the storyline. It's just a lot of running around before you get to like the end. So.
But what good would that even do? Wait, is that?
I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on. I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid, before the whole shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was. No matter how bad things got, she gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay. Can we just forget I told you about that?
And it's sad to say that basically Emil never recovered from the end of the game. Because when you get into Nier Automata, some of the stuff that he says in the end of RepliCant,
Sleep well?
um, some of the stuff that he says at the end of RepliCant, basically, he pretty much snaps. Because when he was trapped for an X amount of time in the little void with when Popola had snatched him up at the end of Route A, well, it happens in basically every route at that point, he was stuck there by himself, and he didn't want to be alone again. And later, he is alone again, because Kaine and Nier are no longer there. So he pretty much loses his shit. Over time, he just kind of, like, degrades mentally, and the only reason that he continues to live is to find a way to bring them back. When the aliens show up, part of the reason that he does what he does is because he wants to protect the planet where Kaine and Nier were, in the hopes that like maybe someday he'll see them again or whatever. He basically like takes it upon himself to protect Earth even from an alien invasion for his friends. Later, when Hamlin rebrands as Yorha, they get the information so there's a point where technology, like human technology, hits a wall, and they pretty much, without restarting the replicant program and having this whole Shadow Lord problem, they can't keep doing that. So they end up shutting the project down when this game ends. Now, when the aliens show up, they have technology that could be used to bridge the gap between the human technology and the alien technology to try to like solve the problem. And eventually they do overcome the problem, and they try to restart the program in hopes that while restarting it, they don't run into this exact same issue of the Shadow Lord. So they pretty much wipe people's memories out and stick them in new android bodies, hoping that they're not going to kick them out to be shades and stuff again. And they use the black boxes to do this. The problem is it runs into the same exact issue because in Automata, they only partitioned off the original, like, machine life form's sentience. They partitioned it off in the black box and override the rest of the black box with, like, human personality data. Um, and it leads to the red eye syndrome. And since they can't be kicked out of the body like the shades were, they just go insane, they attack each other, yada yada. Well, this leads to why Emil does and says what he does when he meets 2B, A2, and 9S. And there's a light novel that goes into this where it's Emil's last moments and stuff, and he starts pretty much hallucinating, thinking that 9S and 2B are Kaine and Nier. Well, this gets into the whole thing where, like, technically they are. And him doing what he did for, like, I think it's like 350,000 years after this game, of him fighting the alien life forms and whatever else, that basically, like, he lived that whole entire time to finally see his friends, and then he pretty much, like, dies happily. That part of it made it into the game, part of it didn't make it into the game, and it is part of the, I think, like, short story long story short, like, novel, like, little stories that are in that. But it's kind of sad knowing that, like, he loses his shit, and then eventually he starts hallucinating, like, his friends out of grief. Like I said, he never recovers after RepliCant. He seems cheerful when you meet him in Automata, but he can't mentally cope with the loss of his friends for, like, that entire time. And, like, he just never forgot them. And that gets into, like, why his hut has, like, the lunar tears and, like, a bunch of other stuff.
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
And this is why I joked in the original playthrough when, from this point on, Nier could have just stabbed Popola and Devola and saved himself a whole bunch of problems by just killing them right now.
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the black scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here. Take a look.
Each of the routes have more cutscenes that are unique to them, so they give you different aspects of the story.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, so this is Gestalt version.
Like a slack-jawed ninny.
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, There's the door.
Right. Let's go.
Old man Gestalt Nier, even though they did have to change stuff like in the storyline when it made it over to Europe and America, because they didn't keep young man Nier, they kept this old dude. It's still partially canon because like in the history of like the timeline, this version of Nier is the one that made it to be the oldest. Um, and they basically like the way that they like Popola and Devola messed with his information in this incarnation was to make Yona his daughter and her like him the father because of his age being the way that it was. So, but eventually he'll still die. He'll still either become the Shadow Lord or not become the Shadow Lord, and then his shit will just start over again. So. I guess we have to start this before I can save. I don't remember what direction I'm supposed to go, but I do know that, like, there should be some weapons I need to pick up. They're either up top or they're at the bottom. I don't remember. Oh gosh. Maybe I needed to go up. Like I should have went up. I don't remember. Whoops. God damn it. Wait, can I go inside? No, I can't. I have to kill the ones that are out here. Oh, he just flat out died. No wonder I couldn't target him anymore. I'm pretty sure we can come back and do this another time to, like, I'm pretty sure that there was, like, a weapon I should be able to get. Oh yeah, so this is one of the few hints about legions. At the time that this game was made, Nier reincarnation wasn't a thing yet. And so it didn't. Reincarnation goes into what the Legion were and the Legion Wars and like a bunch of other stuff. Before the Shades. And the original Red Eye Syndrome, which later is I guess not revamped, but like the reason why it happens in Automata is tied to like the Legion battle and like who Red Eye was and whatever else. God damn it. Since I'm playing on hard mode, they hit so hard. Little fuckers. I thought it was another one. I guess not. Oh, no. Okay, so I got Fool's Embrace. I just could remember that there was, like, we had a... Oh, yeah. Oh gosh. Whoops. Forgot I had a shockwave. Oh, Jesus. I hate this dude. Fucker. I hate his freaking turn ratio. Fuck. I don't want to be stuck between his goddamn arms. I hate this dude so much. I love how I got thrown back just that moment, like before the ground pound even like technically hit. fucking stab you in the asshole with my lance. Oh, whatever, you fucker. You're dead now. I hate that fucker. God, these guys take multiple executions to do. Fuck. The sand. Frickin' A. Even as an old man, Nier still hasn't figured out how to fucking... Oh my god. How to swim. Really? God damn it. This is the back, like, door area in the, what is it, the shrine of whatever the fuck it is, out in Facade, out in the sand. It's the back door areas that you, like, we couldn't quote-unquote get into. Like, they're not open right now, or they're locked or whatever. God damn, you guys are so beefy. Oh, you just into the sand he went. Did I go through this door? No. Where do I go? I go into the sand. That's where the fuck I go. God damn it! If I'm doing an execution, it should. Come here, you little shithead. Fuck. If I knock him into the sand, he dies at least. So. Freaking piece of shit. Alright, so he's in the sand. Ah, I'm a freaking son of a bitch. Oh man, I have to go all the way back through that. Fuck you. Into the sand you go. Oh shit, into the sand I go. Oh, crap. I was trying to air dash onto him. Oops, nope. We're just not feeling it. Nope. You little son of a bitch. Go eat a dick. Oh god. Oh no! I gotta go up. Oh fuck. I thought that was an upper part. It is not. Oh god. Eat sand, man. Okay, we're good. Oops, that's not the... God, eat so many dicks. That's what you should do. Well, I guess at least I get the Kabuki outfit now. Ah, now I have a choice of 2 doors. No. Oh god. Save me, no. Right in the face. God, I have to deal with another one of these douchebags. Oh, I can't use the magic spewing bat. Wonderful. Oh, I guess that's all of it. Not just the one. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. You fucker. What? Jesus. I hate that you get literally like stuck in his crotch. For fuck's sake. Well, okay. Now I have to murder you with... And now I can't use any defense, so... Oh shit. Frick you, dude. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, he's just dead. He's dead. Oh. Oh, wait. I should probably go back and see, make sure that there's no other doors that I did miss. I know completing some of the challenges, like these tasks. I don't know. Okay, there wasn't. Good. They give you the items. Oh, he's just dead. Should be just 3 left. Oof. Wait, is that supposed to be red or green? Okay, no, that's red. Go eat a dick. So many dicks. Thought that would... No? Green door? No door? Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
It seems we have been shut in.
No, you little bitch, don't run for my spears.
It seems we have...
Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh man. Oh gosh, I didn't even... Oh, he's just dead. Okay.
It seems we have been shut in.
I gotta change my headset battery, so give me a moment. Oh, where'd he go? That fucker. Oof. Honestly, I should have just been using fucking Whirlwind on the previous fights. I don't know why I didn't. None of those shades had shields, so the bullet hell would have just been fine with Whirlwind. Oh, Jesus. Oh, come back here. Oh, man. What? Fool's a nice. I don't remember how many doors there are either. It's been quite some time. Oh my god, they're so meaty. Is it finally dead? No. Oof. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck. God damn it. I can't tell if any of them had died yet. Shit. I like absolutely mistimed that. God damn, how are these so beefy? There's nothing else I'm supposed to do. Guys are so beefy. Too beefy. Oh my god, I guess like a couple have died. So they are killable. It's just gonna be a long ass time of killing them. Not at all. They're all disjointed again. Oh god. You fucker. Alright, so another one died. Alright. Getting closer, slowly. Oh god. Three more left. Oh Jesus. Really? Two left. Last one. He has so many spikes on his armor, it's ridiculous. Oh, Jesus. Come on. Why'd you have to ruin a good thing? God damn it, fine. Are any of these guys gonna die anytime soon? Jesus fuck. Shit. Really? Damn it. All that way.
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it.
Bah, humbug.
The diary again?
Yeah. Lately, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it.
The world of the recycled vessel.
No. God, no, I don't want to do it right now. I was just trying to see if it had any other dialogue. Yes. Leave. So we can go outside. Alright.
My word.
Something wrong.
I feel it.
I know what you mean.
Finally, we can go outside and save. Oh well, we're gonna terrorize this chicken. Then we're gonna go save. Oh yeah. The fool's weapons are... Alright, well. I'm gonna end it here since we were saved, well, since we had able to save, and then we'll continue Route B on Saturday. I will probably do art tomorrow, today, whatever, when I wake up. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Shit. No. I've been trying to not sneeze like the whole time tonight. It sucks. But yeah, I will see you guys later.